Just Gar, how you doing? How goes Elden Ring? So, just, are we going to get you involved in this then? If you've never dabbled? Might as well get in the mood for the Expedition 33 music if we're going to be doing the hitless at some stage, right? Okay, now, there. Okay. Church, jail, camp. Let's go. So after this church though, we need to make sure that we're hitting something else to get to at least level 2. Because this is only going to have rats in it. Okay, apparently we can't lock on now. Right. Now we go to the church. Try and get the stone sword key and then go down basement. We you know what? We will go with that. The hand shot. Sod it, we're going to try and take the jail. Level 2 or not. Right, on a stick. Not ideal having this group of enemies early. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we'll take the runes. I think we're going to need it. Let's go. Let's keep it moving. We'll go day 2 castle. What? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Man's popping wheelies over my head. You know what? Take an ult. There's a smithy guy, so that's actually fine. Sweet. You know what? I think break stance may come in handy. I didn't need that, did I? What a jackass. Mine that way. Alright, if we can get this mine done, and then I need to get to a... Alright, what we find? You know what? That's okay. Now we will head back to that fire camp. We will level up and then we're going to get a flask and then see what else we can work on. There's a camp there. Right, sweet.
Any percenters?
Welcome in, Toyota. Welcome in, sir. Anything good? Not really. on, give me so much to work with. Alting. Toto, how you been, mate? How's your practice been going with Night Rain yourself? Why? Oh, okay. That's fair enough, mate. No rush, mate. We haven't got a date set for anything yet. We need to make sure we got numbers. I just need people to react to things like that stream announcements where it says who wants to be involved. And then once we've got actual numbers, we can... Nice. I mean, added responsibility is always good. What did you... Well, don't hire Wicked. Where is this other one? He is the one I'm going to opt to use. So I guess we'll go yes for this. Undertaker and Iron Eye are the ones I tend to go towards. Fair. No, I like him for two different reasons. Iron Eye is great solo. Undertaker's very good in a trio team. Just because... Alright, we at least got some levels back there, but still. Kind of a sucky run so far. By this way, this is a fresh file, so I've got no relics, no nothing. I like Executia, and if I could use them better, I would. But you're stuck in a parry world there. Then you're in the life, having the time of your life. So I respect you for it, mate. I really like Sekiro. I just never given it time. Every time I try and get into it, then it's like I'll come back to it. Alting. Sounds about right. Right. Got greedy there. Oh, yeah. Okay, now we'll go here. There might be a stone sword key, so we'll roll with that. Yeah, I do want to go back to secure at some point, because me and Sancho and that were talking about... and Alan, we're talking about doing some 80% souls back-to-back relays. So, like, for example, let's say I start us off with a souls run, then Sancho takes over, then you take over, or Alan takes over, something like that, basically. It could be. It could be fun. You. Oh, we'll take that. We'll take that. Yeah, we always wanted that range buff. Now I just need a stone sword key. We've reset like 4 times. Maybe more. We're good. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Let's go this way.
That's water from a glacier in Alaska. It was blessed by an Eskimo medicine man.
Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, come on. Ult him. We'll take that. That didn't go too bad. The thing is, and people have said it otherwise, but I stand by. I think Iron Eye's got the best ult in this game. And the reason for that is because solo or cooperative, it's got good stagger, decent damage. It clears out chunks of enemies rather than just the single target only. And you get iframes in it. If you hold it to charge as well, you get increased iframes. Alright, now I need to see what we get in the basement here. Wilders, yeah. No, it's decent. Agreed. I just don't think it's just as consistent. That could be me and I could be wrong, but like this goes over a distance, whereas Wilders, you hit it, if they move, it's like Alright, we're gonna go straight basement first. We're gonna find out what's going down here and see if we can get some. Okay, we've got Banished Knights. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. We can make do with Banished Knights. Alright, we are inside it. Okay, I don't think... Vaulting. You motherfucker. Oh. Alright. Not a great fight, this one. Oh, we nearly clutched it up. Okay. That's fine. It's fine. Down the hatch. Alright. We need to make the most of this whole bloody castle now. There's that one shot. Polybow. Ah, sorry, we'll go with that. Pop that on there. Appreciate that, appreciate that. Like I said, I don't know if we're going to be able to even do this, but we're going to give it a go. Vaulting. Squeaky bum time right there. We were, let's just say, puckered. Alright, if we go up here, there might be some to get some more things from, which is probably going to be more relevant than killing some of the small fry. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sit down. Bolting. Oh. Mother chucker. I got caught trying to dash away. Sancho. 80%ers. Okay. This is closing in us. This is not good. I need to get back up and get my souls there. I'd like to agree unequivocally, but we're going to make it work. Yes, at this point we are trying an any percent solo run. Okay, anything else? We got stuck on a tree, or a flag, or stuff. Alright. You get one. You get one like Wending Grace in solo. But you can. There also is a higher drop rate on Wending Grace, so it's almost like you get a couple of extra lives. Now we've got Morgott to fight now. That's my own fault. I tried to greed that for whatever reason. I have the iframes of the thing, but I was like, oh, okay, maybe I can get in there quick enough. That is karma. Ult him.
There is no escape.
Oh. We are throwing today, folks. Like, literally, we are just throwing everything. If you die during the boss fight, you're... So you're getting revved depending on how many running grades you got. So you get one given to you. And then if it's the case of it, you have, let's say, another wedding grace, you will get revved a second time. If you have 2 wedding grace, res the third time. And so on and so forth. But a wedding grace takes up one of your inventory slots as well. You can find them. They'll drops off enemies. They are from smithing things. Like there's one right there. I just can't afford it. Fine, we'll make do. Let's just go with it. This is a terrible run anyway. Yes, unless you find them from a drop instead. Okay. Sit down. It does still hurt. Every time I see that scene, it still hurts. Take the GG. Well, that's my that's a PB on thingy on Gladius.
There are it is not but that, and I will as such stay the.
Okay, all pretty garbage. Will I have the shift and F for the doggo for this one? I do. If only I knew how to set those. Right. Gonna go to this castle first then. Improve crit hits, that's fine. Okay, cool. Let's go level up and let's go to that castle. Yeah. Bolting. Right, sweet. Sure, we'll take that. We'll go with that. Stone sword key. None of those are good. There is a room down here. Yeah, nothing great. Alright. Oh, the bloody things. I leveled up, didn't I? Yeah, I already leveled up. Never mind. Let's go to the jail. What we want to do here, day one, is we want to try and get to the main castle. Well, that's the plan I'm going with. Whether it's the right way, I don't know. But we're going to go through the main castle, try and get some of that done, because we're going to level day two. We're going to go down to the thing. Okay, not ideal. Yeah, absolute garbage with this character. Halt him. Right. Head there, get a flask, and then we'll go to the castle. Let's ignore him. There's a dog in there, but we're not in a position where we can get a dragon. Not right now. And we probably won't be over this way to be able to come back to it later. Okay, so we're gonna hope that the basement's generous to us. We don't want what we had last time. The Revenant was not friendly at all. There's a wall there. Let's not walk into walls, folks. Ugh. Again, couldn't get my ult out quick enough. I think I'm going to commit to killing him and hope we have something better at top. If you have some crucibles at top, okay, but yeah, I need something. ult him because he just iframed my ult. He framed my frame and we framed together. Slowly but surely. It's Crucibles as well. It would be the time that I don't care for it right now because I'm not going to have enough time to make the most of this. Alright, we'll take that. And whatever it's got for us there, it doesn't really matter because we are so boned. Get out the fire. Fire. Folks, I think day 2 we will hit some more of the Crucibles and then we will go Magma Cavern. I think that's going to be the it's going to be half the way we go about this. What do we think? Okay. It's going to be the Marina guy. Dargan, can you not get involved here? No. Halting. Oh, the chucker. Halting. Sweet. Now straight to the castle. Actually, I'm level 11. You know, we'll be on the safe side. Let's just go straight to the thing. Let's just play it safe. Sweet. We greeted. How far away am I? Let's go with not too far. Raise poise, we'll go with that. Now we will go with the level here. "12 isn't bad. If we can get this magma worm done. Is there anything good here?" Oh. Yes, please. Halting. Sweet. We can do stamina. Right. We've given ourselves enough time to do the magma worm here. Then maybe hop out, do the demi-human. Maybe the dog. We'll see. Give me something good. Halting. Alright, GG's. There we go. Got that one. Okay, so now we're going to head back out. Get the demi-human. Try and go up there, get the church and all that kind of stuff, and see where it takes us. We may not have enough time, but otherwise we'll just go with as is. I do need to pick up some things to kind of like help out here. Sweet. To him. Oh, days. Okay. Then we'll hop down this way, get this church. Lightly Grace. No for that. No for any of those. Right. Let's get moving. Well, folks, yes, it's not been the best runs. Yes, it's kind of tragic. Sweet. Who's next? Bolting. Oh, I forgot about the hippopotamus. Okay, we'll take it. We'll take it. Okay, so we got to 15. We'll probably have no change left over to buy anything. Well, no, we might be able to get one or two things. Okay. No, I want that. You think I'm going to drop a wedding grace for a fire pot? Are you mad, Sam? Alright, level 15. On to Gaping Jaw. Alright, it's fine. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Another one bites the dust. What's this? GG's Gordo, thanks. Thanks, peeps. Thanks. Appreciate you. Much love. Of course I'd love to change my garb, but I can't afford to.
Brave chap. I have admit there's something that is all. Would you mind seeing?
No. Relics. Take that one. I mean, if it can stay on the shifting crater, then I'm okay with it, but it won't. What's that over there? I don't want to go over that. Okay, let's go that way. After we leveled up, let's not forget that. Being level 1 is not the way to go about this. Sephiroth. Okay. Stone Sword Key. Yes, please. Oh, we got 2 Stone Sword Keys. Interesting. Okay. Let's clear this thing and then go. After that, we will go here. Really? You lived on 1 HP in a dream? Wow. Bolting. We'll take drop off. That's fine. What? Okay. We've made a few errors, folks. A few miscalculations. We just gone fucked up. Oh. Okay. I mean, I will take that. Being spawned back on my souls. We will take the 20,000 runes. We've got red crater, so we don't need to go the mines. We will go here, then to a fire camp. Or do we go there and in? I'm getting kind of the castle keeps cooking me more than anything. I'm like, oh, do I want to go castle? Really? Do I? Bellbear and Hunter? No, thank you. Not sure we're going to get enough to go. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. How you doing, Excel? I know. In general, I know things are a bit but you know, in general, how are you otherwise? You know. Wow. Thank you. Height issues, folks. Height issues are a thing. You have to be a certain height to ride this one. Like, seriously? Good. Get ya. Do you like roguelikes? Get out of it. Do you like the concept of starting from scratch and building yourself up each time and it being procedure generated and who knows how the run could go? Also, welcome in, Toxic. Nah, okay. then I probably wouldn't recommend this. I know you are. He plays this, doesn't he? Don't worry, I remember my folks. Don't worry. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Wicked was supposed to be joining me this eve, by the way. But I was like, okay, fine. He's not here. I will just go do. I will attempt a run that I don't think I could do. Absolutely. Help yourself. But no, it's all good. Toxic. I recall who folks are. I appreciate you popping in overall. How are you doing? I'm going to try and go for this. Whilst I've got a moment. I know we haven't gone castle and like that probably could do more for us. But you know what? It also can cook us. Oh, dude. I'm sorry to hear. Fair play, fair play. Wicked, all my best. Sucks to hear, it really does. You? Right, you all need to chill. Yeah, as Excel said, there's not much we can say, but if you need to talk, you know where we are. Don't even worry about it. Like I said, I would always beat time. At the end of the day, dude, you saw family comes first. I know. I see all. I'm the eye of Sauron. I see all. We're not going to faff around with the Bell-bearing Hunter. Not at this point, anyway. True that. True that. Come on. Hey, look, I'll take 2 back-to-back Night Lords. Even if I don't even get the run this evening, I would take that. If this man said if. What we got? Grafted Monarch. Alright. Alting you. Not today. And next, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You did all the chaos. Oh yeah, okay. Oh, okay. Rolled badly on that one. Rolled badly on that one too. I don't agree right now. I did. I died again. Nope. That is my bad. That is on me. Okay, we have to go again. Oh. And that will reset the crater. Well, Toxic, you have about as much common sense as Wicked, and I appreciate that. But you're well right. I'm not supposed to do that. That was definitely not the way. Earth shifting the crater. Yeesh. I mean, I was trying to. I was also trying to get my ult out at the same time. Like, I was mashing for dear life just to get an ult out, if anything. Like, nothing. I was getting slapped as soon as I stood up. All around, it was just a bad time. But it is what it is. I think I have to beat 6 Night Lords in this whole thing, but I don't know. Oh, okay. We still got the crater. That isn't too shabby. Okay. Alright, can I get some music vibes, folks? Somebody give me some vibe checks. Go on, Excel, you've got something on locker for this kind of game aspect. Let's go with it. What you got for me? And Toxic, for you, I'll try not to die too much this one. Just, you know, fit the game mood, you know, something simple. Nothing too extravagant. I mean, otherwise, just, you know, hype up the room. Either or, I'm an easygoing person. Let's see, good weapon? No. Stone Sword key? Alright. Let's do this. Run the right way. I don't know what successive attacks are in this game. I don't know who's classed as having them. Oh, I didn't level up. All right. Ooh. I mean, can we give it a rest with the melee buffs, please? If you may. Alright, let's see what bad stuff we get here. But I appreciate for the follow, MX Ignition. Sorry you caught me mid-scare and absolutely roasted. But yes, just for detail's sake, my name's Gordo. I'm a speedrunner, challenger, a variety streamer. You name it, I generally do it with a smile on my face and a coffee at my side. And sometimes an iron brew. We're dabbling in an iron brew today. Wow. Bolting. I hate these things. All right. Let's take some runes. Let's get us something to work with. Let's go straight for this church next to us, and then we'll head inwards. I think we are going to go castle this time. Do we have any believers that we can actually perform this full run? Because I don't know about you all, this run is definitely a ball ache. Like, it is no easy chore. Ooh, Night Cavalry, not right now. Maybe day 2, potentially, possibly, who knows? Mr. Toxic, thank you for following again. Felt like you followed before. Well, I mean, welcome back. Clearly I had offended you or upset you in some way before, and you decided, well, you know what, he's a much of a knob. Nope, okay. Well, I appreciate the follow regardless, and I hope you enjoyed the vibes. Any friend of Wicked is a friend of ours, and we also condone you having to put up with Wicked sometimes. Nah, he's a good lad. Sometimes you need a bit of sporadic, just kind of out there random comments that Wicked does. Alright, come on folks, can you will me a decent basement boss? Anybody? I am indeed. Is that going to lead to an unfollow? Bolting. It does. I mean, in general, I think my entire accent gives it away. But you are right. Oh, mate. Okay, that's happened twice now. So I know what happened in that Godric fight. Yeah, no, lad, all things like that, mate. All right, Gavna. We don't say that one, but it's one most commonly people think we say. So I know what happened there. So I got cooked in that Godric fight for the same thing. I went to use my dash, and he'd cancelled me out of it because they'd knocked me. Absolutely. That's why I went out my way to get some world records for it, because it's a great game. I think they're working on an open world Lord of the Rings. I'm not sure how, thingy it is, and I'm hoping it's true. Oh, my butthole. There was no lube. Oh dear. That's going to sting in the morning. Alright, I'm just here because I have to be here. There's no point not just continuing this nonsense. Okay, what you sir? Wow. I mean, normally they get despawned there and shot off. I feel like he has a personal grievance with me. I'm going to be real. I feel like somewhere at some point he decided he did not like me. I had lost all my souls now, so I am pretty much cooked. I did run into that, but normally they despawn. Unfortunately, I don't have that one, but you can just click manually if you, and you definitely. But normally when they get to that section there, they will despawn and go back and kind of just phase back to here. I couldn't get a last hit. Okay, my run's dead. Like, we're level 4, no souls. Soon to have this closing in because there's nothing else we can get to. Unless we get a Banished Knights or something. Oh, there you go. Got him now. You know what? We got a bow. And it would be Crucible Knights now. Alright, if I can kill this guy, maybe the guy behind him, then we'll see if we can salvage this. Yeah. Ulting. Yeah, well, I'm here now and I've got nothing else to do because we're too late. It's one of those, like, we should have just left it as that with that bottom basement one. But we was like, okay, maybe we can get him on the second fight. As soon as we lost that, we were just cooked. Also, I can't even use this weapon properly. That's another thing that's kind of going against me here. No. What do you watch people who stream for? Just to, you know, either watch games you enjoy or learn about new games you haven't played. So ask questions. Yeah, that's going to be my only saving grace. Already. Alright, we're going to have to shift onto this bow now because we can't use the other one properly. So let's get ready to rumble. Oh, mate. Why does everyone get shields? Alright, well got now. Not particularly what I want to see, to be honest. Alting. Oh, that was unfortunate. All right, we're okay. Sure. Okay, now we can use that. We haven't got a stone sword key, so let's go. Let's go here and then back on ourselves a little bit. we need to get something else. We're level 8, which is not exactly where we need to be. We need to be about 10 going into this, realistically. There we go. At least we use this bow properly now. Holding. Improved critical hits. Yeah, we'll take that. Alright. Let's try and get Stone Sword key and let's skedaddle. Welcome back, Pikachu, welcome back. Did you like the thing that I shared to you earlier? Well. Oh yeah, you said you was going there. Oh, that's unfortunate. Right. Now heading down. I mean, that's probably what you went to York for, something like that, you know, better change it up. Autumn. I thought you'd like that. Yeah, exactly, mate. I fully understand now. I'm going upwards, just FYI. No fucks were given in this traversal. Alright. I know I could kill some of these things and get some more, but I'm gonna just make my way down to the magma worm at the very least, because I need to at least get that part, and then maybe I can backtrack a little bit. I don't know. Whoa, 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 whoa. How's that? Burnt my ass. Really? Ulting. Oh, that kind of sucks. I think I missed both of them with that ult. I know, I try my best. Hey look, I was just thinking of you and your needs, alright? Can we stop hitting me in the head? Alright, let's hurry up. We need to get some items again for some damage buffs, even some greases just for the base damage buff would be fine. Is there not a scarab here? That kind of sucks. Alright, folks. Wish me luck. Ulting. Why is it so delayed on those skills coming out? Sweet. You know what? It's got barrage as well. Why not? Does it have any good thing on it? Yeah. You know what? I probably could take that. Put that and put that there. Let's just have a fire stack on there. That sounds fine. I forgot to level up, but hey ho. What do you know? So I need to. Okay, it's already coming in already. So hopefully get this demi-human. Hopefully get the dog, and we'll have to sack off getting the. Bolting. Whatever, they're all crap. No, we'll have to sack off the church. It'd be too close for comfort. Alright, we'll not find you then, mate. You just stand behind the rock, alright? Be one of those guys. See if I care. Alright, we got to 13. Oh, who is this one again? Oh, I mean, I didn't see you there, mate. My apologies, my bad. We just kind of bumped into each other. Oh, this guy. Aren't you a treat? Bolting. Yes, call your friend. There's my hitless. I don't want to go in here. You can't make me. Okay. Take that. Can't afford a wedding grace. So be it. It was not meant to be. Can we set our first PB and get a third Night Lord down in a row for fresh file? What do you call? That's cooked. Should have saved the ult for his sleep part. Sweet. Unfortunate that entire series of events, but you know, these things happen. I don't want the mountaintop. I want the crater back. Why you do this? Oh, days. Wow, that's crap. That's crap, that's crap, that's crap. What about this one? If I go in this one here. Just going to be that again, and then... Why would I want staves?
Have you? Is that? I'm sorry. Could I trouble you to?
I didn't mean to press that. My bad. My bad. All right. Or do we go try and go sentient pest? I think because we got the ice one, maybe we'll go this one. Alright, wow, this might be the most toxic place I've gone to. Alright, if I go there, there. We need to absolutely maximize the hell out of this because we're not going to have a legendary weapon to fall on here. Brzezinski, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. You catch me in the middle of nonsense. Bear with, bear with. Oh, decision. Are you influencing people to come say hi to me? It's alright, we will, for those who are a fan of that particular track and that particular game, you will see solo leveling runs through. I mean, decision, I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for any follows. Oh, I don't want to buy you. Ah. That was not a choice I want to make in life. Run my booty. It's going okay. We got 3 Night Lords beaten. We lost a lot of time in the third one because I had to restart it like 3 times just because got cooked in a few places. This is my first attempts at doing an 80% run of the this game in particular. I am solo. I am attempting speedrunning it. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I try my best. Next decision. Question. You obviously play One Piece and are very good adept at it from what I've seen. Zoro's movement tech. Do you have any idea about how it actually functions in terms of the DLC, or have you never played the DLC? Let's ult these guys just because I'm kind of screwed. Yes. Yeah, I was trying to work it out. It's like it's a very wow. Do you think there's any need for that, mate? It's probably going to be one of those ones that's just better on PC. I'm feeling it now. That's what I usually, every one of those I come across is like, yeah, it's easy on PC. I was like, well, what if I'm not a PC? Nothing good, nothing good. I will take that. I would do the exact same thing. I'm doing the same thing on when I play PC Night Raid. I play on controller. I don't feel comfortable with keyboard and mouse. I have a controller. My controller is made to be played games with. So why I not play games with a controller? Alright, so this isn't going great to start with. Sorry, folks. Oh. When did this turn into a rune level 1 run? When did it turn into rune level 1? Thank you for the good luck there. I could have just took a level up here. This is probably just worthwhile resetting. I'm going to be completely honest. Yeah, let's just reset and go back in. No worries, Torpy. You do that. Go get some sleep. Enjoy yourself. No. Catch you tomorrow, mate. Folks, if you're not following Decision here, you should definitely look to do so. They're not just a One Piece World Seeker world record holder. They are also a dabble in the League of Legends, a little bit of the Elden Ring. You know, they play a variety of things, and you should definitely go and check them out. And if you're, if you're more cultured, like uncultured, don't be uncultured like me is what I'm trying to say. If you are more cultured, he spreckens a few different languages, so which is always interesting. Because I have no clue what's being said. Because I can barely speak English, and that's my first language. Elden Ring.
When you go
God damn it! This is a raid!
probably that way.
Probably. Elden Ring indeed, excel that. I did say that. Oh. What up, Zoo? Thank you for the raid, much appreciated. So, folks, if you're not checking out Zoo, you should definitely check out Zoo. Fella recently on GDQ, the man, the myth, the legend himself. If you like anime, he likes anime too, in this form of horsey anime girlies. And also dabbles at RE1, Kingdom Hearts, you name it, he does it. How are we doing? Is he what? Bless you. Alright, this time, what are we doing, folks? We're leveling up. Oh, nice, nice. I don't really care for that weapon. Nice, nice. We're just randomly doing something. But not getting anything good for it. It is. It is. I agree. The something is good. All right. Look, we're not gonna go that camp back there. We're gonna just go this one here. Ideally, I wanted to go back camp then this camp, so I'm not at like level 2 or 3 going on to an Everjail. So dogs are not free. I'm getting cooked by everything. Alright, can you give me... Can you just give me something to work with, game? Alright, well, let's level up, so by the time we get done with this place... Oh, it's these. Now if we do this, then do this, then do this. Sure, that sucks, but yeah, okay, cool. I could do with a stone sword key if you don't mind, game. Whoa, 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 no bubbly. Sweet. Holy attack power. I mean, if I had a holy weapon, I'd say we'd be cooking. But I don't. Alright, we're fighting the dragon here, which I don't know how it's going to go, how well it's going to go solo, because I haven't soloed this dragon before. I know you. You're a knob. Oh wow. Gonna jump over that, you know. Well, that wasn't very nice, was it? Clearly it was in a good spot and you just want to be a little bit crude about things. We don't have... Yeah, we got time for this mine. Check those on the way back out. Like I said, we don't have the crater this time, so... Holding. I mean, there was no need to throw rocks at me. So passive aggressive. Excuse me. I don't want melee. Oh. Absolutely no need for this stuff. Did I get the smithers though? I did. Okay. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's go and get to the old Church of Rooney and let's crack on. What do you say, folks? Also, I don't know if we did it, but did we do a shout out for both raids? I know we got 2. I know there was another one. But it's been a little bit busy in the last 15 minutes whilst me trying to get my ass unhanded to me on a platter. Let's go castle. I think that is just the shout. Alright, is anybody going to lend me some energy for a spirit bomb here? Because I need a decent basement and a decent castle. Can anybody, will that into fruition for me? Maybe, possibly. Okay, just, bite me, asshole. You're good. You're good. As long as a shout out happened, that's all I'm looking for. I appreciate that. Excel, are you streaming tonight? Good sir. What's the plan, Rooney? So hop over here. Say goodbye to you. Might as well clear this one, I guess. Bolting. Oh, nothing good. Okay, sweet. Let's get to that castle. Alright, any guesstimations what that basement's filled with? Besides the bad juju. Trying to make it a point to get some extra flasks because I don't really know the majority of the movesets for the Ice Dragon. I just know he's a knob. Would be my easiest explanation for him. He's generally of the variety of being a melon. Oh shit, that's what I needed to do first. Come on. Not ideal. Oh, come on. Okay, alright, so we need to get out of here quick. That's fine. Oh, we will take that. You know what? I'm not even angry that I've just upgraded that. Oh, we should be okay. Yeah, it'll be fine. Oh yeah, this has poison built into it. Oh yeah, it's not a bad shout, this bow. Oh. Me and you are gonna have words. Okay. Oh, I didn't let go of my thingies clicking off. Yes. Alrighty then.
Any percenters.
Oh, my days. Oh, my chest. How are we doing, Alan? Welcome back. Mate, you were supposed to be asleep. Well, you're not supposed to be like going to bed. We got there, but we lost the life for it, which means we've got one less life going into the end boss. They're all crap. Ah, okay. No, we have got a stone sword key, so we are going to go over this way. Run over this way, please. Okay. Again, nothing good here. Probably should have spent the damage there, but we'll take the extra runes. We're gonna head down here and head straight in towards. No, actually, no, just head straight to the castle, I think, and hope that we've got something decent there. We're hoping for Banished Knights, or I mean, Banished Knights are actually, I think, better than Crucibles for us. Crucibles obviously give the most thingy. Much appreciated, Libra. Just what I needed. Much appreciated, Dickwad. What an absolute knob jockey. How unfortunate is that? Literally. But I need to get moving, so I ain't really got time to faff around. Let's just pray on a good castle. Simple as that. I don't remember trolls, anything being thrown at me when I was running towards it, so... Only problem is, though, we've got literally nothing in terms of anything good. Ideally, I need something that's going to put holy on my weapon. Deathrite bird up top. crucibles. That's not what I needed. It's not about them being the best, mate. I don't have shields. That's... They give the most XP, but in terms of time spent, they lose it in this particular one. Like, maybe killing one of these is thingy okay for now. Like, these ones are fine, but it's the shield guys. As soon as they get involved, it's just a pain. Oh, I was too late on that. Alright. We'll have to take one boon and go. Yeah, we've got nothing good here. Any suggestions that people would suggest on the 4th boss? Yeah, there's not so much of a window for that for the Archer Bruni. Sweet. Which is fair, which is fair. But for the most part, I'm keeping this as simple as possible. And if things work, they work. If they don't, they don't. Like I said, I'm still not quite set on what the 4th Night Lord I'd want to fight is. I've gone for this one just because. Okay. And he's going to fly over this way and follow me now. Wait for it, folks. Reading like a book. I don't know where you climb up, so Misa going this way. Alright, and then as soon as we get this, we need to go down there. I've got the 2 trolls right near where the fight is to try and take out. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Oh. We're okay. Bet you Elden Ring players were like, oh my fucking god. If only I'd got some holy. Because I have lots of things that are stacking holy attack powers. No worries, it's all good, sir. You take it easy. 2 days left, mate. 2 days left. You're almost out. Okay, we managed to get that at least. Juice damage caused by frostbite. Okay, we'll take all of those because we don't have an extra life as well. Just to keep in mind, folks. So I feel like we are cooked here. And if this run dies, it will be the end of the run. And we'll just consider it as a PB. That was no Freddy, that, mate. Alright. Of course. What more can I ask for? Bolting. Oh, forgot about the third guy. That's us dead. Oh. Oh, was that a previous run when we lost the life? Okay. Okay. My bad. Okay. I don't think we're in a good space. I don't feel safe right now. If anything, I feel like I'm in danger. Or do I take a Wonder Grace and only go to 13? I think I do that. I think that would be the smarter move. Now, you tell me, folks, would you agree? Would you take the aspect of going to just 13 instead of 14 but get an additional life? I feel like it's a no-brainer. That would imply I had a brain. Ooh. Run outwards. Can't really remember. Oh, boo. That's my fault. Well, honestly, I don't know how I'm still going.
The time has we now face. It will be unlike the night.
I don't want to. I'm scared. Okay, so it's 5. So let's skip one. Jimbo, good sir, it has been a while. How the devil are you? Just wanted to see if I can get outfits. No? Okay, let's go. Indeed, I try and pop in when I can. You know me, I'm all Gucci. I'm just doing stupid stuff that, you know, probably isn't sensible. Mountaintop here. Alright, give me something good. Can I go? I'll go here. You know what, actually? Let's do this. Let's go back to the main menu, press continue, and let's sleep and move off of the mountaintop. Because the mountaintop is, well, dog wank. It's the most notable way to say it. But Jimbo, how's the life of a connoisseur? We haven't seen much in terms of the delicacies you've been preparing. You were like the Gordon Ramsay of the Any Percenters. Just saying. Okay, sleep. Okay. We don't have. It means we don't have a thing to use, but you know, it's no shift in earth. It would be nice to have the crater. That would be the creme de la creme. With garlic wine, potatoes, and creamy noodles. Well, I had this evening a creamy, cheesy garlic sauce with chorizo and bacon pasta. That was That was my dinner spared by the ever so lovely Miss Gordo. It was delightful, I tell you. And it still gave me the mountaintop. Are you... This thing can be trolling. All until you hit credits. I would, but Miss Gordo won't let set up an account for that. Oh, you mean for the food? That makes more sense. I mean, both work. Yeah, they would work. You're right. All right. So this one sucks again, because we've got bloody the mountaintop again. Oh, but we do get above the range. That's the nice early one. I don't really need that. Alright, we're going to the castle up here to the right, then crack on. So the run basically is wicked, just the context. Get to the credits as quick as possible from a fresh file. So I have no relics, I've gone completely empty here, and I've kind of built as I've gone along, and just running with it, basically. It's the general gist, that's the moral of the story. Oh, days. Oh, you have a cold coming. I do not need a cold. Oh. Probably, I think I'm doing some marbles too, but that could be a thing. You stop throwing shit at me. Alton, because, well, thank you, asshat. I basically did, mate, but at that point, it's fine, didn't matter, as long as it hits. And his ult travels through everything. Nothing is safe from the ult of this dude. Right, stone sword should be down on mid-floor. We get that, so then maybe hit the mine, get this weapon. Bit in the biscuit tin. Alrighty then. Yearly. Mother chucker. Now I have to get back up there. That is just rude. What an absolute asshat. Hey, Jimbo, you supporting the other team, how dare you? Oh, hello. Right. Oh, wow. We need some other stuff. I mean, like, I want to see this game get more support. I generally enjoy the game. I think it's a good game. I think it's interesting. It's fun to play. It's challenging as well. There's just a lot of things going in its favour. Alright. I doubt it as well. Okay. Alting. Dust Bloods. Made me sad. Why am I getting all this big swarm of enemies? Why is this game just not like me? Else. Last one. Also, where is my souls? Last one, Night Aspect. This is the final one. If I get this done, the run's complete. I like your optimism. This is my first time attempting this entire thing. Yes. So, you know, it can either go well or it can go bad. Oh yeah, I love throwing parts. That's my favourite talisman there. Improves my pot throwing. Did you not see me do runs of Terminator 2D Fate? Did I run anything? If you go into my !SRC page, you'll see that I have about 77 different runs for, well, 77 runs for Terminator 2D Fate. So I would say I run. You mean Metroidvania as well then? Okay. Yes, I do. Metroidvania is just in particular tougher, but I have ran some other aspects of ones, and I plan to do more of them. I plan to run Blasphemous for those who've that at some point. I got the Toxic pass, by the way, Wicked. Toxic hit me with a follow, which either means he thinks I'm enough of a knob to follow, or, you know, he got bored. Nothing good, nothing good. This is, I don't need a Smithstone 1. Oh, okay, cool. Let's get the hell out of here. Look, I appreciate the support. At the end of the day, but Wicked, mate, you need to also, you know, get some of your folks in the enemy centres. Get them chit chatting with us lot. You know, let's bridge those gaps.
Hello, motherfucker.
What's up, Sabon? Alright, so nothing really around here. What's up, Simon? I know, mate. I know you are. Anyway, I've seen the way you're doing your thing. Everybody's simple. I'm on the final boss. It's not a great run, but we're here. This is my PB. Damn right I'm cooking. I'm glad you agree, Wicked. Well, we'll have to see, won't we, mate? It's just the way it is. Oh, the magma just burned my booty. Okay, now it's cooked. In the lava. I backed up into the lava as I was trying to roll out of it. God damn it, son. You're not wrong. In lore, I die to everything. Well, I'm technically not losing any more souls at this point, but we are in a very, 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 very rough space right now. But we'll still keep poking the bear. Yeah. Alright, we're definitely cooked. We're definitely cooked. We are cooked to perfection. Alright, so let's not... you only lose one level. If you go back... all I need to do is make sure I just don't die in this fight here. And then I just got to bit my souls up afterwards. Right? Perfectly reasonable request. What do we think we're fine? Damn. Num 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 num. He just wants to give me hugs. I've spent my whole life with people underestimating me. Oh, I'm cooked. Ulting. Dying. Alright, alright. Let's talk about this. Excuse me? Whatever, we'll go with that. Crap. We're fine, alright? Kind of, not really. Alright, let's try and get this done. Alright, souls collected. Alton. All right. Well, not today. I'm out here trying to prove my worth here. And it's not going well. Alright, let's go main castle. Let's hope for no trolls, and I think that's the best I'm going to be able to get done here. It's trolls. Okay, sod the castle. Did we do basement already? I don't remember. Bloody trolls, what AIDS? That's an interesting way to get around there, actually. Are we serious? Nah, it's not. It's not even worth it at this point. It's taking too long to do. You know what? Yeah, I'm calling that. It's taking too long to do. We're not doing enough damage. And aiming to what? Wicked. What, the walls that he keeps diving into? Because... Thank you, Just Carl. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, okay, we are fucked. Alright, when I go there, then we go up. So that's just not good. It's just not good. We haven't got a stone sword key, so that sucks donkey dick. Unless... You're a foodie. Trying to tell you, you know, look after your health. Health before food. Lies. Alright. What we got? Alright, sweet. You know what, we'll take the damage. And then we'll go straight up to here to this one. And he came in like a wrecking ball. Let's generate lava. I like it. Let's just try and kill what we can and pray that 3 flasks are enough. Does anybody believe that we can get this done this evening? Anybody? Bolting. Alright. Oh no, we can't use that. Why'd you have to be a great bow? Why'd you have to be the holy weapon that's a great bow? Huh? Why? Why you do this? Do I really need to go up here for anything? I really need the power thing because, well, I'm not fighting anything with frostbite. These folks. The thing is, I don't have enough time to do another attempt to this, like, last part. Is the thing. Just gotta fight these up here and see what we can do. We will give it our best shot, folks. Okay. What does the power of the Omen King do? Does anybody know? Anybody? Do I want to generate lava? Or do I want the power of the Omen King? Thank you for the contribution. Not allowed to touch these. The part of the run. No pressure, folks. I'm concerned too. That's when I do my best runs. Oh, the chucker. Who's it again after these? Oh, it's you. Ulting Uranus. Pissed in my anus. Who needs extra lives to fight this last boss? What? Yeah, I'm in a bubble. Alright, I got one last attempt. Is that it? We're on the mountaintop again, aren't we? Can I sleep to get off the bloody mountaintop again? Because I don't particularly want to be up there. Nope. No, we'll take that. All right, folks. Let's go. Context. I only beat this guy once with the help of Ixel and Sancho. Not done solo yet. Alright, where are we going? Okay, we ain't got the mountaintop. That's okay. We're going to head straight there, then double back on ourselves towards the church. Nah, mate. I lost it to Nox. I got caught by in his leg on his final drop. So we are attempting one last one. If not, we just call this that PB and try again. Basically. Any weapons? Yeah, I won't be doing that. Not because it's not a valid device, but I'm using the bow, so I'm making use of that aspect and we're going to see how that fares for us. Sweet. Right, there is no stone sword here, which kind of sucks, but my attacks unleash lightning sounds interesting. No chest there. Nope. Alright, we're heading this way then. Change the plan. I think that's why I get on well with this game as well, because my whole fortitude of things is I adapt quickly, I'd say. No worries, Sword Decision. Thank you for guiding the raid over this way. Appreciate you as always. You're going to get some rest. Can we get one last shout out for Decision? If you're not following, you definitely should. They're a delightful individual who definitely has some skizzles with the old Luffy. Some solid runs right there. Thank you, appreciate that. We will take that. Alright, Altered. Let's just clear some things up. Then we go up here, but we're not going to go further jail. It's too close, and I don't want to backtrack it for day 2. Unless the boss fight's over here, which with the direction this is going, I doubt it, which means I'm going to end up backtracking more than I'd like to. So let's go to this one. And if I go here and then go to the mines just a bit further up. Oh, where the fuck am I off? Off me trolleys me. That was not the correct way to go, and also just lost me time for no reason. You're a dick, you're a dick, you're a dick. Alright, if we go up here, there should be a talisman up here. Nope, not today. Well, sod all the things that are going wrong. Before you try and get involved for no reason. Oh, great. Oh, Lord. Thank you. Kind of... Yeah, I'm going to take the physical attack. Now we go mine. Is that a plant boss there? I don't usually see those ones there. Alright. Bolting. Alright. Then if we go somewhere, where are we going to go? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Jump on my head, you asshole. Okay, we're going up that way. So, is there a castle that way? Is there a smith that way? These are all questions I require answers to. Only with these answers will I prevail. Alrighty then. Let's use that to spring across to this other one. Just here. Completely intentional, folks. It's a game in it. Holy Camp surely should have a smith or something. No, it's not going to.
He needs some milk.
What are we even finding in this area? Oh, these things. Yeah, we ain't got time for that shit. Alright. Come out for that camp afterwards. Oh. Begs the question, what the hell's the boss we're fighting? Oh, shit in a biscuit tin. Halting. Don't like that annoying one. You know what? That might not be a bad idea. Okay. That was lucky. All of those are shite. Let's see what boss we got on the way down here, folks, and take it from there. Maybe fingers crossed, something we can work with. Would be nice. That wasn't on the cards. Oh, I'm not fighting you, you bloody nonce. Right, let's head to the castle. I mean, I've done 4 Night Lords this evening, Sancho. Does that equate to get good? I'm on to the night aspect from a fresh file. That's it, mate. That's it. Alright, wait, there's no trolls. Except for Sancho. Okay, it's fine. Can we get something good? Nope. 100% right, boys. I know, right? It was just in my way. We'll take that. Oh, that's... I don't know about that. Okay. I didn't get to the night aspect. What are you on about? You're gonna roast me accurately. Clearly. Sweet. Thank you for good looks to that. Her work goes quick. Appreciate you as always. Appreciate you as always. Alright. Sorry, my headphone died. Alright, I'll take that. Oh. Okay. Nothing good. Nothing good. Lies. Absolute lies. It's not gaslighting. Thank you for the upbeat music. We needed that. Okay. I've just kept it chilled. I've kept it chilled. Is that down tick before work tomorrow, dude? And like, to be honest, I haven't really been listening to it at all. Okay, 13. Asshole. Where the fuck's the jump pad? All right. Day 2. Okay, well, these things. I mean, that would be a delight. Get out of it. Great worm. Did we? Have we not found out this is our crux, our weak point? Okay. Let's get $14. Wendy Grace. Sure. Alright, folks. Wish me luck. Bad start. Never mind. Fuck. Fuck me. Alright. We got 2 more lives. And we've got a lot more to get through yet. You absolute bellend. Two lives down, one to go. No pressure. I think we threw, folks. I think we threw it there. Just wasn't good. Oh, we committed for... Why did we slide through? Oh, okay. Shit. That one's for you, Wicked. I don't know when the time finishes for this, technically. I'm just checking something very quickly, hang on. So that is the first frame of the end credits. Okay, so we actually need to move a little bit because we've still got the time running. Alright, well, we didn't split correctly there, but it's fine. Now, I'll be honest, I didn't think I was going to get this finished tonight. Do I think we can do better? Yeah, we had a few cooked runs on that, but... You know? We just went through a shed loads of bosses in one night. Solo. So we'll take it. We'll take it. It's not great, but it's a start. I showed the thing at the end, but I'll just so people so they can see the version if it's relevant.